So my internet should be cooperating today, in theory. It's hot as Hades out, but yeah, it's like around 80 right now. So it's a little on the hot side, but in theory, it's been fairly cooperative today. For what little I've done with it. So we'll basically just be going until it decides it cannot stand it any longer. However long that may be. I'm hoping for the full 4 hours, because it's been so long. But we'll see. Let's see. That's top secret to anyone outside of security. Okay. Oh, that's right. We were in the middle of her talking. I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Wong Kurita. Am I correct, witness? The way you think you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Kurita. Maybe Phoenix. Maybe the Old Bag was waiting around for that person. If it's who I think Mia's hinting at, it's certainly possible. Miss Old Bag, you were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? I hate to say it, but I think she's talking about Adrian. Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Ongard's manager. Why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is... Ah, I see. The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. Then this manager with the initials A. Hey, are you saying it's Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Witness? What in the world are you? Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I got some information, some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation, in secret of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this, however, I cannot simply let this point slide. Oh boy, excuse me. I see. Very well then, witness, please testify about the secret information. Okay, ready? This is going to take the wind out of you youngins. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. Oh no. That Ongard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret, you got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? The defendant sent his manager? What a distasteful topic for this court. What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip. But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Aw, no! Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful, the Old Bag seems rather excited right now. That's right, Ongard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you've got to burn Old Bag's fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway into the danger zone. Oh no. The danger zone. That Ongard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing huge scandal. So to do it, he sent his manager. You don't have any proof that Mr. Ongard did any such thing. You must be suffering from shock, the shock of hearing the truth. And now since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right. You're right. I can't do anything, but boy, do I wish I could do something about you. All right then, Sunny, show me what you've got. Can you show me proof that On Guard didn't bear any ill will towards Juan?
I don't think... Yeah, I don't think...
See, just as I thought, and you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You've just given me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy. Me and my big mouth. That's the way the cookie crumbles for you, anyway. Now, I feel like we should have something. It's just a matter to prove it. Although, I mean, they're rivals, but it's like, oh yeah, like, but past that, it's like, does it really matter? Let's see. I want to see what all she has to say. So what do you mean by I took action? Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was going to capture her and teach her a good lesson, something you youngins need. You were going to teach her a good lesson? I was going to make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this. No, stop. Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through that door that night. Oh, this is top secret. Alright. You can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander. But it's true, that woman was getting it. Oh no. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to stars this AA. But the name of the magazine magazine this came from is Gossipland. What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? What do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip. Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright. Anyway, On Guard will never get me to say touche. Okay. Scandal, what do you mean by that? You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days? No, I wasn't asking about the word scandal means. Even I know that much. Well, that On Guard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity. So, okay. Ooh, wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet? If that's true, then how do you know the secret information? Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? If you don't be... Where you got the secret information, you won't get to go home today. Ashworth, what are you doing? Help me. What do I have to do with this? Just do this for me, you'll get your reward. Oh, I hate everything about this. I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice. The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head. And he lectures me on reckless blabbering? As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning. But you can't just ignore it. Yeah. There has to be something we can catch her on. She probably heard it from Lotta, if I had to guess. So no one else is supposed to know the secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Ms. Oldbag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop it, witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? So it's either the... Let's see. Stolen on the night of the murder. Tabloid article about the victim was in the case. It's either Lotta or Lotta's camera. Because that's why Lotta was there. For secret information.
Take that!
The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her outright impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? Got her. No, I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? Ah, that's it. That's the note. No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note? I'm a huge fan of Juan's, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil On Guard. She said so herself. On Guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Edgeworth, you believe me, don't you? Ugh. I was only trying to help out with, like, the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just this once. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? Nah. If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Miss Oldbag, I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night.
Take that!
Ms. Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me. Why, witness? What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it is only logical that you have the camera too. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera? Ooh, she does have it. That's... What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? I still eat meals like you. I love and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. Bailiff, check this camera's photos. Hurry. We must examine them at once. Yeah, I need to know what she caught. Like, desperately. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have? There's only one photo that seems relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. Oh, that's not great. Although, what's going on by the, around the head? Like, what is all that? Okay, so mate does actually have some hairs occasionally, so that's normal. Something about this doesn't feel right. I just can't place... I think this Nickel Samurai is shorter than it's supposed to be. Now, granted, this one is... Yeah, no, this Samurai is shorter. Because it's dragging on the ground. This isn't... Once again, this is not... Once again, what is up with these samurai costumes getting stolen and worn by shorter people. See, I told you that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. Honest photo added to the court record. Okay, what does all of this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Engard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his nickel samurai costume. If that is the case, then this nickel samurai is the defendant. Except the problem is that it's too short. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? Yeah, no, it's not. Come on. We're gonna toss down a safety save. No, there is something strange with it. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there is nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct? Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. What are you pointing to, his ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does this mean? The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. Engard. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you would care to elaborate with actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I could only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack that I haven't damaged his case at all? Oh, I hate this. Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt Engard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. Hasn't it? I figured it would come to this. What? Right, I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Engard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Who is this person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? I mean, she has means of stealing the costume. She has motive, technically. She has, yeah, she has me. Adrian Andrews, if you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it is none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Engard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Engard that night. And how does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. On-Guard's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as a murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, right? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Ms. Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Ms. Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order! 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 It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh. What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day. Oh. If I don't get a verdict today, then oh no. Now then, we shall set Ms. Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Now then. Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today. I can't do that. We cannot hear. Oh, is she already here? Oh no, thanks. I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. And what do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What? Oh no. What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man. Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Love that for us. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. All right. Oh, God. The longest trial on the planet. I feel bad because we're going to probably have to bring up her mentor and all of the mess that comes with it, all the fallout that came with it. Well, with her. So it's going to be not pleasant. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian, no way, not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying it was really her? Yes, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida, all to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to misimpacts. Yeah, that's a problem. It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Yeah, because he's the one who told us, because he quote unquote wasn't attached to this case at all, and now he's attached to the case. So it's like, this isn't going to be good. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Wong Koreeda's room. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ungard. I see. Now then, before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure, what is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. Excuse me, after all, it was the topic of a certain weekly quote-unquote magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Casaplant. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Koreeda. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan, but this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter, or was that a bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. And what is accusing you of that? I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then, witness. Please testify to the court. About what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. When I found the body is quite the name for a testimony. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was this dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She's one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over, understand? Yeah, so we basically need to be very aggressive. But we need to also know exactly what she's got going on. We're gonna just toss down a save so we don't have to sit through all of their talking again. And what was Mr. Unger doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Unger did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it would not have been, it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? What are you? Right, I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Ungard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right? Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. Edgeworth, my dude. Just coming after us like this. My god. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show is supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon, what are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim? Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at that time. I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. Maybe we continue now. Witness, what did you see when you got to his room?
Hold it!
You were in shock? What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock, and you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. Okay.
Hold it!
This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you see? What did you do next, Witness?
Hold it!
Alright, juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There was no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurita, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Which we know is false because the top of the guitar case is open, not the inside. Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This massive glass shards. It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry, I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else.
Objection!
We got her. You testify that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testify that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. What is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. Ah!
Objection!
What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over. Is that all?
Objection!
No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case.
Objection!
But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be. However, the empty case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Yep, no, make her testify. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. But like the thing is though is that it has his prints on it. He opened that case while he was alive. So that vase spilled long before he died. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Ah, well, that one's easy. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using anyway to change the topic, a convenient escape for a weak man. Wow! Edgeworth, please! Phoenix is already dead!
Objection!
There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this case are those of the victim. Ah! Oh, ma'am. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the award ceremony. So of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. I was... You were wearing gloves is a little strange. Why is that strange? Do you have something that...
Take that!
I have your proof right here, this wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Ah. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange? That you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Got her. Oh, this poor woman. Order. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty though. But the bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case? What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, no, that's not right either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves despite the fact that on the case...
Objection!
Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... No, Your Honor. Please recall that Ms. Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder.
Objection!
If you are so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well... Let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing?
Objection!
Ooh. So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty, is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? Okay. This is going to... I I kind of want to say the note was in there. So I'm gonna try using the report. And why would something like that be inside a guitar case, let alone this one? Well, okay, so no. I can't use that to get to... Never bring it out again. Okay. Can't a foolish fool get some love? Okay. So what specifically was in the case? No, what I'm trying to figure out, let's see. See, what I'm trying to figure out is how to present the missing suicide note. But it's not... So we can't do it through this. I can't... We can try this. Yeah, okay. No. Okay, so it's going to try to make... Okay, so it's going to make me go more literal with it. So what's... Okay. Shush. Okay, so Lotta's camera was stolen by old bag, so it couldn't be that. We got this off of someone. Yeah, that doesn't really help us with anything. This was found in his body. This was the autopsy report that we got at the beginning of the trial. This was handed to us by Edgeworth. Yeah, both of these were handed to us by Edgeworth. No, we have... No, so we have... So I wanted to, like, I was thinking that what was in the case, if it wasn't the guitar, it was the missing, the quote-unquote missing suicide note. But the problem is that there's only, like, 2 ways of really claiming it's there, because it's of course missing, so we don't actually have the note itself. And we can't go through, we can't get to it through this, we can't get to it through this, well, through the profile. So I'm like, kind of trying to figure out, because this was in his body. This is a picture that doesn't show us much of anything. Because I'm going to assume that the note wasn't found. Yeah, because I don't see anything. Because that hand is empty, we can't see the other one. But the other one is also kind of a claw, and we kind of assume that they're holding up their pants. I don't see anything here that would help us figure that out. Because that looks like fabric. This was in the body. This was from the case. Yeah, this was handed to us from Edgeworth. Edgeworth in on guard's pants. This doesn't show us anything. It's whatever was in the case was removed. Presumably. If there was anything actually there. Let's see, the juice was on the dresser. This was empty when we found it. That's a map. That tells us nothing. Let's see. Confession ticket. Okay, no. So he's always got something sticking out of his pants, this thing. Although... Okay. Yeah, no, I was about to say, there's things missing. No, that's there. That's correct. Okay. But no, so... There's gotta be a way. I mean... Yeah, so that's... I can't decide if I've fallen into a trap or not, but it's not letting me cycle back to the question of, can I prove what was in the case? So, theoretically, I can. Unless I need to fail to get back to it because I'm in a trap. Yeah, no, because if I'm stuck in a trap, then I'd have to load back. So what was inside the case at the time of the murder? Good question. That's what I'm trying to answer, of course, but... No, because Lana's camera was stolen... I mean... Yeah. No, No, I have a terrible feeling that I've walked myself into a trap here. But, like, I can't get out of it. Yeah, because this picture was in her camera. What I wish... Yeah, no, because I'm pretty sure it's just being very literal about what was in the case. But what could have literally been in the case with what we've got, right? Basically nothing. Yeah, because that's just the map. Because this was handed to us by someone. We got this from Powers. This is from Maya. This was handed to us by someone. I forget who. So basically, the only stuff that could have been in it... Yeah, no, the only thing that could have been in it is the suicide note. But, like, obviously we don't have access to the suicide note because, you know, it's missing! So yeah, honestly, I'm going to see. I'm just going to, like, present something. Wait, what? But what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor. It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is... Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. Hi, Taper! I'm sorry, what? There's no way that whole costume fits in a guitar case. There's no way. Like, that arm alone would be, like, that, like, mechanical arm alone would be too big for that guitar case. I'm sorry, what? I'm with you on that one, Edgeworth. What? Mr. Wright, please, yes, are you saying that the way to open the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would be to do something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Sir, how does costumes, especially that arm. What? What? Absolutely not. What is this, like, Hammer Space cartoon logic? What? You know, honestly, like, this case has been fantastic about being, you know, pretty, you know, A leads to B, you know, logically, you know, tying things together. But this is, it has officially lost me on this one. Because I'm trying to, like, I have a guitar. Now, granted, the case I have for it is soft. So, theoretically, you probably could fit at least the fabric parts of this costume in there with effort. That belt's probably not. And, like, that stiff, like, this part here, probably not. But, like, the rest of this would probably fit. But, like, this arm? You cannot begin to tell me a guitar case could fit that. Unless it breaks down into smaller pieces. But, like, looking at how complex that arm is, and the fact that it might actually be functional, that's a hard sell for me there, Phoenix, right? Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative reporter who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Order. It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Ungart's. Why would something of the defendants be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places. True, that is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? Mr. Ungard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I'm saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the Jammin' Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai's spare costume to the hotel was... Oh yeah, because he didn't know about the confession. What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ungard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita himself. The victim? Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Kurita was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that one Kurita posing as the Nickel Samurai was going to speak about Matt on guard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Miss Andrews? I can see why you're pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Ma'am? Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You. Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's why he thought. Oh, that's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him? Huh. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? Oh, great. Now we have motive! Again! And do you know what the secret of Mr. On Guard's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all. Protect Mr. On Guard? And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. I hate everything. I hate everything. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means There you are, OBS. Welcome back. So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event in that hotel for that for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt On Guard. And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. On Guard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony. Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. How do we prove that he didn't know about... But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. On Guard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. On Guard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time. I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however. The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt's Hakma. Is that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. Sorry, my back's super stiff. Lord. Urgh. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you were not. Ugh, and I thought I had heard this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here, but where and what's? But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time.
Objection!
Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Engard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Engard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant.
Objection!
This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour. And please stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me, it sounds a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess I'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now. But you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm going to pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. Alright, so it's basically... What do we have? So we have... this photo of a too short... I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove that I'm right. Has Mr. Engard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Kurita with his press conference, and that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Engard, yet you still helped out.
Objection!
The person on trial right now is Mr. Engard, right? What the witness was thinking helping the victim with his plan is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? See, the problem is that it can't have been Matt, right? Because that says it's not, this says it's not. This, technically yes, but like, this specifically says it can't be, right? So I'm just gonna toss down a save now that we have more or less her full testimony. And you know what? I'm going to try. That button was torn off while during his fight with Matt, but we've proven that this can't be Matt, right? The witness's statement. Okay, so that's just going to. Yeah, no, it's going to. Yeah, this is fine. See, this is why we toss down a save before we go and try getting experimental. Because now we don't have to sit through and press through the entire thing again. This is fine. He didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. So I felt that I had to protect him. But like not... See, she felt like she had to protect him, but not nearly well enough. Since she was the one who helped arrange it. But no, she has more motive than he does. With this. Yeah, like, what is this like, he allegedly has this big giant secret, but like, oh, I don't have any way of proving that, you know, that the secret is the motive. Ooh, it's like, okay, you going to tell me literally anything about it? Because right now, I have all the evidence that you did it. Let's see. No, I'm gonna press these again because I need to see this again. I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Why would she say, intuition was speaking? Don't confuse, okay. You need motive, opportunity to commit the crime, decisive evidence. May I continue now? Yeah, that's fine. Has Mr. Arnclar done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Kurita with his press conference, and that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Arnclar. You still helped out.
Objection!
Yeah, that's a problem right there. That contradicts, like, why, if you were trying to protect him from this, why would you help with a press conference that was going to take him down, right? Why wouldn't you just let him, you know, hang him out to dry? This is gonna be like, well, I found him sleeping. He could have been anywhere because I was around. Let's see. And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit perfectly together, or so I heard. Yeah, no, she knows too much. She knows too many details. Don't look at me like that just because I'm prepared and you are not. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here, but where and what? Yeah, so this is probably it. But like the thing is, here, actually, where's that picture of the crime scene? Yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Like we found this, so we found out about the threads from Edgeworth. Now, the only way she would know about it is if Edgeworth told her, or if she was there, right? Because that's basically the only way it works, right? So it's a matter of, yeah, because this is not what killed him. Strangled with a scarf and then stabbed with a knife. Okay. We could try presenting the button, because the only way that she knows about what happened with it is, again, if she was there or Edgeworth told her. Edgeworth has no reason to tell her, and that, you know, says everything about that she was there, right? I'm gonna try it. Worst case scenario, we just load back. Yeah, no. Oh, why does that not work? Man, I hate this. I genuinely hate that we have so little stamina that it like instantly kicks us to the game over if I like guess wrong once. Cause like this is probably, that button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. The button matches up, so we heard blah 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 blah. So we know that this doesn't contradict with this or this. No, there's like problems with how she knows anything about like there's problems with how she knows about that button, to be perfectly honest. But it's like how to prove it. It's like there's problems here. It's this I don't have any way to prove that I'm right. I want to know what, like, what I want to know is this secret that he allegedly has, but like the problem. See, I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. The motive is allegedly that Juan Kurita had this giant secret that somehow she doesn't even know about her own client. And for some reason, he has somehow hurt her so badly that she's willing to set up a press conference for his rival who's going to end his career, but at the same time, she's looking to defend him for murder, right? Like, this whole thing is a mess. But, like, there's no... Like, Mia's right. This is very wishy-washy, like, doesn't make any sense. But it's a matter of trying to, like, figure out how it wants us to prove it. Which is kind of a problem. So we have, let's see. Reliable sources say that Juan Kurita has been getting in close with the mysterious and beautiful manager to the stars missing. Hey! That's the map. That's the guitar case that had the costume in it. This is the wine glass full of tomato juice that, Andrew's put on the desk and is the only thing that's still standing. Let's see, this is the photo of everything. That's the broken vase, the open guitar case, wine bottle of tomato juice, wine glass of tomato juice, May was stabbed, strangled. Jam and Ninja button, suicide report, the attempt, Juan's autopsy, the knife. We have to prove that he doesn't have... So for this to work, for this to contradict, we have to prove that he does... that she doesn't actually have a motive for him, I guess. And then this is probably more likely where we have to deal with her, but like... How? Yeah, no, I'm just like... As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me it sounds a little wishy-washy? Yeah, exactly. It does. You should know this by now, but you'll need strong decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. You know what? I'm just gonna try it anyway. It'll be funny. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. But yeah, no, I'm like trying to figure out precisely what it wants. Because there's two major, like, obviously the whole thing is a major issue because she's like contradicting her own internal logic there. Because, again, he allegedly has a secret so big that, like, that, you know, Juan would go through the effort of trying to slander him with a press conference, ruin his career, right? He has somehow hurt her so bad that she would be willing to throw her own client under the bus just to hurt him. But at the same time, he's on trial for murder and she's going to bat for him. Why? Like, that doesn't make any sense. She also knows too much about the actual crime scene. But, like, the actual button itself doesn't tell us anything. Yeah, the button was thrown off of Juan during his fight with Matt. But, like, if we press her on that, it's like, oh yeah, no, it's like the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up and they were found to fit perfectly together, or so she heard. But who would she have heard it from? Edgeworth is, like, it took the forensics team to figure that out. The only people who would know are, you know, the person, us, Edgeworth, who told us, and the person who ripped the button off herself, like themselves. So the only way that she knows is if she was told by Edgeworth or us, but Edgeworth was the one who was preparing her. The only way she would find out is if she was there. Like, or she had to have been there for the fight, or Edgeworth told her. So basically, it's just a matter of trying to prove that there's a problem there. And I can't think of precisely how to go about it. Because that's the problem. But it's like, how do you get that across, right? That she had to have been there or otherwise told. So, because we tried the button itself. We tried Lotta's photo, because Lotta's photo shows that it had to have been someone shorter than Matt who did it. This would have... I tried the button itself because that's how we got Edgeworth to tell us about it in the first place, and I was hoping that it would be like, oh yeah, no, you had to have been there, or, you know, Edgeworth would have had to have told you. So I'm trying to think of how to get that across, and it's like, it's tough. Taper, if you're still here, if you happen to have a hint, go for it. Or anyone else who's here who is familiar with this case, feel free to draw me a hint, because there's like some strange jump in logic here, and either I'm just outdated, the autopsy report. No, not the not the updated autopsy report. No.
Objection!
That's so... Why? Strangulation by a scarf? Oh, so I guess the knife stabbed... Okay, so I guess the logic it was hoping for was the fight was not the cause of death. Like, so I guess what it's trying to get at is that because the cause of death was strangulation, the fight had to have resulted in the stab, in the knife stab. So in order for, so because the stab was after the victim died, the fight is not, like, Matt couldn't have fought with him. Like, I'm not quite sure what it's trying to do here. I mean, I kind of get it. The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died, and what does that mean? Because, like, if Matt and, like, if our client and Kurita had been fighting, it's entirely possible that instead of it resulting in a stab, it could have resulted in a strangulation, but then the knife afterward not being the cause of death is kind of, I guess, what does it. So I'm like, let's examine the evidence. This one has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume after the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final stroke. Okay. That's what it was trying to go for. Okay. Because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. Okay. So. Okay, that makes sense. That's probably just a me issue, not connecting those particular dots. But that is a strange, like, that's a little bit of a weird chain that's trying to go for. So basically, is trying to say Kurita and the murderer fought. The murderer managed to get a scarf around his neck, strangled him to death, set him in that chair, one way or another, either during the strangulation or afterwards, and then took the knife and stabbed him too after he was already dead, or quite possibly to make sure that he was actually dead, or, you know, just frame job, and then ripped the button off, which is an interesting way to do it. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. Yeah, it had to have been after. This button was consciously pulled off the victim's already dead body. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so that logic isn't the worst. Honestly, I think the costume being in the guitar case was a lot sketchier. What is the meaning of this? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Ungard. There is no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right. Mr. Ungard was set up. By the real killer, of course. And she knows too much about that button, in general. And the real murderer is... Now that we're through there. Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer, then? Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet, not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Ungard is...
Take that!
Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you. You are Mr. Kurita's killer. We're just got straight Pokemon on her. Why? Order. Mr. Wright. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Ungard was the killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. Yeah. Ugh. The only person who could have put this button is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No,
Objection!
But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. Ah! And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. On Guard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please, stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Oh, she's pleading the fifth. Interesting. She's the first smart one to do that. Well, yes, you are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. On Guard's room, Adrian Andrews. Yes. Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? All right. Oh, Franziska. Yeah. That's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there is still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done. What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yeah, circumstantial. You have yet to prove. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did, in fact, harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurita. And that's when we are going to pull out, you know, the missing suicide note, etc. and so forth. Oh, boy. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Kurita? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so or maybe not. There is nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. Oh, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we've reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she's the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial... Oh, no. We don't have it tomorrow if we don't get a not guilty verdict today. Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial, please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Hi, controller, you gonna come back to me? There we go. Please let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, Maya. Oh no. But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is...
Objection!
It is not possible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you? It's true Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but actually, there is one little thing that I am curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and? I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. As always. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Hold it!
But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there is a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. Ugh. There it is. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? Yeah, I mean, yes, but like, that doesn't look like someone sleeping, right?
Hold it!
Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix. And then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought. I see, so you didn't think he was dead at all. Yeah.
Hold it!
You thought he fainted? I thought he was asleep at first, but then the room was in such a messy state, I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone. And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice. And she just contradicted herself. He always has a hard time waking up, so Juan always has a glass of juice to drink. I see. And after that, what happened next?
Hold it!
And how did you come to realize that he was in fact dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward and knocked the flower vase over, and so that's what happened. Yes. So this is what it all comes down to, huh? This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Well, Miss Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time? See, the problem is that it's like, like, why would she open the guitar case after this, right? Like, part of me wants to just present the guitar case here. Because, like, because the crime scene has found it open, right?
Objection!
I'm gonna try it. Yeah. No. Yeah, that's not faulty. Alright, we're going to have to listen to them talk again. No. Alright, so while it's sitting here, I'm going to go and grab some more water, and then we are going to listen to them chit-chat. Be back. stream cooperated while I was away. Alright. Time to get back through the guilty blah 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 blah. Alright. We're just gonna have to just be very careful. Alright. We're just going to mash through her testimony. Alright. Now, there was something slumped over. Let's see. Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? Yeah, no, that... I mean, technically he was in a corner, but... I'm gonna Did I try presenting the crime photo already? I'm gonna try it. Cause I don't think it was... Cause like there's something weird here, and I can't decide precisely what it is. Okay, so it's not the... Okay, so it's not great. So the photo doesn't get us where we need to go. Cause it's like, I'm trying to think. I guess he was technically in a corner. Technically. When we found him, because it was like the corner of the room before I went to like the bedrooms. So I'm trying to think. Like, how do we work with this, right? Let's see. He was slumped over and tired looking in a corner. Or so I'm sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. And what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost a Grand Prix and then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyway, that's what I thought. But then that directly contradicts with this. I'm pretty sure. Because she then says that maybe he got into a fight with someone. So which is it? Right? Which is it? Did he get into a fight with someone, or did he smash the room up in anger, right? And he seems pretty even-keeled, to be perfectly honest. I mean, there's signs of a struggle. Let's see. Okay, so no, so it was this, we tried presenting the guitar case, that didn't do anything, right? And she claims she hit it with her elbow, right? Yeah, so she shook him over and over, but never got a response, so she set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked, staggered backwards, and somehow only knocked the flower vase over. Although... honestly, with everything else on that dresser smashed, how did he miss the flower vase, right? Like, the problem... I'm gonna try presenting the crime photo, see what happens. Aha! Hello. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. That's, well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is... Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. Got her. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly. That you are the real killer. No, we got her to testify against herself. It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible, you're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because, Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. What is so powerful that then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Ungard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? No, there's no way. What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Ungard.
Objection!
Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. Yeah, I was about to say, this doesn't feel like the end. The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. The absolute real truth. What are you? Witness, don't you understand yet? Excuse me. I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Ungard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Francisca von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of others. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then, right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Ms. von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Ungard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging onto them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like that. Oh, we have to... Oh, no. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please, someone help me. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. The court can't continue on like this, therefore I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? If we force her to testify, because we want our not guilty, but the judge isn't going to hand it down with it being this chaotic. So I want to see what happens if we force her to testify. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. On Guard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop, Mr. Ed. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Oh, yeah. Hey, we upheld our promise to her that we are not the one telling anyone. We aren't telling anyone. Please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. Ah, that's the second part of the suicide report, the attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews, the secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please stop. I beg you, if people found out, I'll... Oof. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern. Edgeworth, sir! Bro! That is cold. Heartless. Edgeworth, what? Bro, what? You are ruthless! However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt On Guard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. Wait, so she blames... Wait, does she blame Matt for the death of Celeste? What? But you could tell from the state of the room, the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but that scarf is a part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought he'd wake up and went to pour the juice. But what about the knife sticking out of his chest? Like, did you just not see that? What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because one, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop one and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. That was so you could get the knife correct. The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. So you were the one who stabbed the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed one's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So your thoughts are— oh. That's right, because she was the one who stabbed him. So she wouldn't have seen the knife. I'm dumb. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Ungard's pants. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they?
Hold it!
The complication, I'm assuming, is Old Bag? It's either Old Bag or Lotta. There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. And that's Old Bag. Oh, there's both of them together. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. And that's why I used the costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. What is the secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Ungard's room and planted the button into Matt's pants? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. And then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, what does this all mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Ungard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sent me down for a talk. Francisca, huh? She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is truly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor, the defense still— Right? It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Wait, why is the lawyer doing this? Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. Okay, okay, that works. And that is all. Court is adjourned for today. Well, we got her not guilty. Right? Today's trial is over. And I didn't win an acquittal. What? Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wonder if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remembered just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered one's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why... Witness, that card, give it to me, hurry. Edgeworth, do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. What is... That card, what in the world is it, and what does it mean? Is this what he's been up to for the last year? Is there, like, some crime syndicate attached to this card. Mystic Maya, sniffle, sniffle. There, Pearl. I can't take it anymore. Look, it'll be all right. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict, and so far the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Ungard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So, hey, you guys. Glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kind of busy right now. Oh, what is it? So, what are you going to do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that. What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Ungard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So, yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy food? That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. Agreed. But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony, I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there is something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to? No, I mean almost need to frame Mr. Ungard. I can figure that out from anything she said all day. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se, it's just, it feels more like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Franziska von Karma. True, she's still recovering from her gunshot. Yeah. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but, well, she was shot in the shoulders, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you going to visit her, pal? No, well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today, so maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit. No, I'm definitely not going. Let's see, the name of the hospital. Oh yeah, why is it always that one hospital? That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Oh, he's back. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? Hi, wait a second, you're... yes, I'm Director Hottie. Why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Director Hottie. Hi, Edgeworth. Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. What is it? Director, Franziska. How's Franziska von Karma? You don't need to worry. She's in good hands. Because, you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Oh, no. And that surgery went well. You have my gratitude. It looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. I understand. Her opponent was a gun after all. And when I sneak up on her real secret, like, she would scream really loud. I see. But she, I hate everything about this. Hi, Francisca! Glad to know your shoulders could go back to your room. Oh, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Get out of here, sir. Absolutely not. Okay, technically fine, but go away. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Oh no! Beef, 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 beef. I love this. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. On Guard, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix, right? If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem. Whether she had tampered with the evidence or not, I have only one objective, to find On Guard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix, right? The end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then On Guard will be found guilty. What does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. Wow! But you had to know she was. Ow! I think visiting hours are about over. So if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth? What's up, buddy? What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line while I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. Good lord. Sir, monster. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Oh, yeah. That card, what in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright, this is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelley the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin. The best at that. An assassin? Picture card added to the court record. Oh no. So who's this Shelley the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared over about 100 years ago, I hear. Oh no. Shelley is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelley, he leaves cards with a shell on them? He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? We think it is part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly the killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Alright, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see, I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. We don't have even a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right, listen. You need to know something. Juan Carreta was killed by Shelly the killer. And the client who ordered the job is Matt Ungard, your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. Letter of introduction added to the court record. Thank you. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again, if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. He's ditching. Love this. Mr. Nick? Do you think Mr. Ungard hired an assassin? No way! I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock. Yeah, I guess not. Well, no. No, he had no psych lock when we asked him if he killed Carreta. He technically did not kill Carreta if he hired an assassin. So, technically speaking, there's no reason for him to have a psych lock. Except to hide the fact that he, you know, hired an assassin. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. Even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, just like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Oh. What is this place? I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Those videos over there, well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Now where are those? Now where's the power button? Phooey, it's busted. I would so die a Happy Samurai fan if I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. Heck, I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing here? Oh, hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Trat. There goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Is it just my imagination, or are these the same woman? I think it's the same woman. I think this is a picture of Celeste. Hey, it looks like something's right in here. Let's see. I think it says, with love, Look at that. Look at that. With love, Celeste. I bet this could be a clue. That's that's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear? Aw, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Ugh, locked, of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. Oh, this simply will not do. I simply cannot have you wandering around at will. Yeah. Oh, it seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways you mean? Dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! Mr. Nick? Hmm? Oh, yes, Pearl got caught up in my thoughts about my situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Engard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay. Yeah, that's not a good sign. Okay, so we don't really have anything to do with... As much as I would like to read Gumshoe in on that card, I feel like that's a bad idea. So let's go and see if Engard is here. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Aww. I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt Engard. Ah, here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shoe. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shoe for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, right? This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have a cat. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shoe's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. A client's request is a request. Guess I should go and check up on his cat. Although that also gets us access to that also gets us access to his place, so we can search that while we're there. Alright, now Mr. Nick, let's go look for clues. We have to for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass. Old bag. Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky head pettifogger. What? Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum from Edgeworth, just as he promised, but what? Oh no. I want Edgeworth's heart. It's all your fault you've awakened the- Oh no, absolutely not. No. Miss Oldbag, keep your hands off of me. This helmet is airtight. No air gets in and no air gets out. That explains everything. Then why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. Miss Oldbag, if you would look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Edgeworth. Is that her perfume? I saw... Is that her perfume? Pheromone d'amour. I smell... Oh no. Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Wow, he really speaks... he speaks Old Bag pretty fluently. That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgeworth said so, understood? Letter of introduction given to Miss Oldbag. I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. That may be, but you know nothing's going to come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into On Guard's room today. Why? The police's main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? Wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. Sure is dark. I'll go turn on the light. That is quite the... Wow. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's find Shoo the kitty cat. Shoo! Aww! The baby! I love him! Hi, Shoo! What a cutie! The cat seems to like Pearl. Pardon me. May I help you with something, Mr... Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. On Guard's lawyer. The master's... Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I'm the family butler, John Doe. Nice to meet you. Oh, hi, Shoo. I love Shoo. Shoo is the best character, confirmed. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. On Guard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself or his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. On Guard the kind to have a maid over a butler. Actually, true. That's a very cute cat you've got there. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shoo. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. That's no crumpled into a ball and thrown. Oh, that's a cat door. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished, a master of law. But there is also a lot to be proud of in being a butler and in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me. Goodbye, Shoo. Maya's here. She's behind this door. There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. I bet it's for Mr. On Guard's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shoo. The door, it's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep no OC people like me from entering it. Ah, there are masks here. Yeah, that's one in, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The ones next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of New Tokyo. Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick. I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. Now, to be fair, Pearl is very sheltered. There's another door over there. You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick. Yes, Pearl. Now, I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around. A giant bicycle is flying through the air. That bicycle, Pearl, is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own. Really? Wow. But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here. That's actually a fireplace. How are they different, Mr. Nick? You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it. You should come and visit Faye Manor, then I'll show you one when you do. Okay, so that's all together. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? Ugh, what is with me and feeling inferior today? Oops. Yeah, no. Maya's back here. If that's the same door, I mean, it's the that butler is definitely suspicious. So, I'm pretty sure nothing here has changed, right? Yeah, because nothing stage show, but that press conference, it was really the victim Juan Corrida about trying to disclose something about Mr. On Guard. But they're both heroes. Why would they do something so unheroic? They may look like heroes on the outside, but on the inside, they're only human. Amazing. Cameras for the press conference, staring at the empty stage. Anxiety about the murder. Yeah, so that hasn't changed at all. Let's go to Viola Hall, see who is here. Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. And just making sure nothing has changed. I want to eat a meal with Mystic Maya again. Yeah, me too. Whenever I watch Mystic Maya eat like she does, it makes me happy about eating, and then I can eat. Well, then, how about after we wrap up this case, we all go out for a huge 20-course feast? Okay, let's work really hard then. Okay. They haven't cleaned up all the food yet. There's a sad feeling, now that the party's over. That's gross. It's still here. Grand set of doors. Followed the bellboy out of, only to disappear. If only we had all gone together. Luxurious hotel to the point of body. Speaking of fancy, didn't that bellboy give me something like that last year? This is such a beautiful sight. The chandelier, yes, but I can't believe it. I can't believe. That's all the same. Or ceremony, fabulous. You just reminded me of the circus for a second. Yeah, that hasn't changed at all. Yeah. So let's get out of here. Let's go to the hallway. Who are we running into here? Lada? Okay, hey city boy. Lada, you're still here. Brecken course. An investigative reporter eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But do you have a camera? Rec given. A photographer's gotta have cameras out the ear like Corin to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and food in the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? Would you please take a look at this? Nope, sorry, no can do. Only thing I want to see is a steaming hand towel. Oh, what's a steaming hand towel? Need one for my eyes today. Just ain't a good day for my eyes to be looking at stuff. How convenient. Maybe I'll have to use that one next time you show me something. And the best part is, like, this is her camera and she won't take it back. I wanted to ask you about the night of the murder. What? You really gotta shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lada, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kind of, but brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Followed a few stars around, got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either. I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So, about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah, I believe what you've written? I mean, the stuff about On Guard shoving his manager lady into Corrida? Yeah, well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull dooders. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? Oh, my baby, my $1,600 baby. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? That guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't you? So put in a few good words for me and get my camera back. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I Yes, so keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay, don't be picky about your food now. Okay, and make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay, and if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it right to me. Would you please just leave already? It's Mr. Ungard from the Global Studio staff. That has not changed at all. There are toilets in each room in this hotel, but since all sorts of events are held here, perfect for people like me who can't afford to stay here in the first place. Compared to the flowers on the other side of the hall, these are much more gorgeous. Let's see, rocker companies, fan clubs, company workers, family. Carrying all these flowers home would be hard, I think. The bear. I can understand flowers in front of the dressing rooms, but what are stuffed bears doing here? Could it be that there's an action star with a soft spot for teddy bears? Nah, it can't be. Mr. Nick? What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning? I hate evil ghosts. I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Excuse me? What you're calling a demon? What is Old Bag doing here? Zoinks, it's the alien! Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Miss Old Bag. What are you doing here? What is wrong with youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor one, and you're disturbing me. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. With that imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it. Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're gonna take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit about Mr. Kurita. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Ungard. Well, that's just a recent thing, bad luck and all, you know? But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick, what is it, Pearl? The presents, they're all bears, right? She's got a point, there isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. All of Mr. Kurita's presents from his fans seem to be bears? Oh, that's because you can't think of one without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. Wow, what a heartwarming story. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out down by a river going, hey, you know, you sure can fight, you two, bub, you two. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice bears. I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. What is that infernal racket? Oh, the bear clock finally works now? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. Hot controller, come back. Ugh, that startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second. 8 p.m. That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember? Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. The transceiver. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya, how's Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news. So it would seem my present did you no good. No, Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya. One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I am watching this in school. What game? So this is the second Phoenix Wright game. I believe that makes it Trials and Tribulations. We are playing it as part of the Ace Attorney trilogy. We've already done the first one. This is actually the last case in the second game, if memory serves. I don't think there's any others after this. So once we finish with this case, we'll be moving on to the third. But so far, we have gotten through the first trial. We technically, this is Justice for All. Is it? Okay. Trials and Tribulations was the first one, right? Or is it just... Honestly, I get so confused. Especially since, if we look in the save... Stop that. Oh, no, it is Justice for All. Okay. Yeah, no. Honestly, I'm so bad with the names of these games. I just number them 1, 2, 3. But yeah, so no, this is Justice for All. For those of you who actually know the names of the games and can keep them straight. But yeah, so we did the first round of investigation. We've finished the first trial. Technically speaking, we were supposed to actually get the not guilty during that trial. How old am I? I am 31. I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else after all. Please, please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright. Then a little... What's with the static all of a sudden? Hello, hello. It seems... Mad... Connect. Damn it. Did the transceiver just suddenly break? Oh no. Excuse me. Beep. Don't like that. Don't like that. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya! Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. Sooner the better. Yeah, that was weird. Okay, so she doesn't have anything to say. Actually, you know what? I wonder. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So, I really should actually look over that room again, but I want to see if... Let's see, who all is here in criminal affairs? Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or another. They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass the victims list around. You've got to be kidding, there's over 100 people on here. Mr. Nick? Is Mr. On Guard really that big and bad of a criminal? Actually, Pearl, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Oh, interesting that it lets us come back here. But actually... Gumshoe. Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat. Oops. Looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You've got to be kidding me. And here I thought he'd already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. I wonder. The transceiver? Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing. What thing? Oh, yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself. That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference. The alarm clock. Ooh, hello, hello, hello. Hotel lobby. I mean, we need to check around Kurita's room anyway. That's not what I wanted. That's also not what I wanted. Viola Hall. Hallway. Kurita's hotel room. Oh, look! And the hiss is back. This transceiver, whenever we're in this room, it starts acting up and hissing static at us. I wonder if there is someone we can talk to about this. That's a good question. But first things first, we're going to investigate the room. Wow, there are a lot of bears. Controller, come back. Thank you. Did you change? Yes. So it used to be that the channel was the purple-haired goober that we kind of just called like techno or just like whatever we felt like calling it. But yeah, so now I'm here. The teal-haired bartending goober, I guess. And honestly, like, I got a whole new, like, more cohesive look too. You know, got a nice bar, got a nice schedule that goes with the bar, you know. Nice setup. Alarm clock ones, collector's edition, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming, but is there a kind of bear he doesn't have? There's even a few in the trash can, yeah. Okay, so that technically hasn't changed. And then, hi Mo, yeah, that hasn't changed at all. At the fridge, there's all sorts of things in this refrigerator. The carrot juice bottle and the tomato juice bottle are both empty. It's too much of a hassle to throw them away, I guess. They're all vegetable juices. I guess he must have been a real health nut. Oh, there's a beet, some ketchup, and a bottle of strawberry jam too. Maybe red was his favorite color? It's so messy here. Pearl really likes things neat and tidy, I take it. There are a lot of electronic things in here that I've never seen before. Joker? Oh, Mo the Clown? Yeah, Mo is from the last case, where we were defending a magician from the circus that had come through town, who was charged for murdering the ringmaster. And it turned out it was the circus's acrobat who had murdered the ringmaster completely by accident, trying to murder the ringmaster's daughter, for a prank that wound up, getting his brother bit by a lion and put into a coma for the last 6 months. That over there is a watch. You wear it on your wrist. I know what a watch is. Okay, yeah, she knows what all that is. It's a suitcase. There are so many things in it that I bet it barely closes. That has not changed at all. It's a beautiful wine glass and there's tomato juice in it. Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much. There's a bottle of it. Yeah, that hasn't changed at all. So the Nickel Samurai's costume was in here? Yeah. I can't believe Mr. Kurita went so far just to say bad things about Mr. Ongard. Well, it was a press conference, so he had to go in costume. But weren't Mr. Ongard and Mr. Kurita friends? They weren't friends. They couldn't be friends because they were rivals. I mean, they could have been friends. So a rival is someone who is a strong enemy? Pearl is really fired up over this, and I don't have an answer for her. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Mr. Kurita fought his assailant. These glass shards. They're probably from the glass vase Miss Andrews knocked over. Story is complicated? Yeah. That one was also, like, really weird. Just in general. It looks like Mr. Kurita had dinner that night. This bottle, it's tomato juice. We had a lot of food at the award show that night, but I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. Yeah, that has to, okay, so it does not seem the room has actually changed, aside from the hiss. It's bad, but it's bed. It's big, but it's bed. Ah, Mr. Nick, so soft. How easily children are entertained. But yeah, so something here. Okay, so she has nothing to say about that. So who could we talk to? Okay, so there's no one here. Hotel lobby. chief glued to his computer. What? Prosecutor Von Karma was shot in front of the courthouse. Who did it? Who shot her? I have a sneaking suspicion that even Gumshoe could do this guy's job. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Very well. Now, why do you want to work for our company? Well, that would have to be because I feel like I would like to help this company grow. He must be doing image training for corporate interviews. Detective's desks. There are computers and files. Funny, they're a lot tighter than I expect. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Yeah, there's nothing really going on here. Oh yeah, that's right. When do I stream? I try to stream Monday, Thursday, and Friday every week, from 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. The weather does, like, for whatever reason, as the weather gets hotter, for whatever reason, my internet doesn't cooperate consistently. So I do my best to keep it to that Monday, Thursday, Friday. But every once in a while, like this week, we're not having a Friday stream unless it cooperates because it was supposed to hit like 90. The forecast has changed a little, so that it's going to be a bit cooler, but I'm not inclined to risk it. But next week, depending on what the forecast looks like, I'm probably going to try for all three. Just because I like I like streaming all 3 days. It also keeps us from forgetting what's going on, so it just makes it a lot easier. So who could? Yeah, no, because Gumshoe's here. Yeah, and he's just going to say something about the electromagnetic interference. Yeah. So I'm probably going to have to go. Oh, wait. Oh, hello. Where do I live? East Coast, US. So what is electromagnetic interference? It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen. The stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? Huh? Computer? It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Oh, yes, the TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. She seems amazingly happy to be able to understand this. So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened, there's gotta be something there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something. Ah, hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Karuda's room, the scene of the murder. What? That's it. I'm going to sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Wait, Gumshoe. Okay, baby, it's investigative time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! Godspeed, Gumshoe. We should be going too, Mr. Nick. Alright, let's go. I love Gumshoe so much. Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you have the, bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean, so yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. Didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's. Wow, so this is a bug sweeper. Looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh, by who? Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little peed up. But I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. I already said, East Coast, US. Your heart and soul? It'll work, trust me, pal. It'll do the job. But you can't set the sensitivity. So it's going to beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. But isn't it better that way? Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give her a whirl, pal, right? I'm getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal. So we're gonna find it, right? Right, now, first let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough looky-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press A. It assumes keyboard, but I'm going to assume it meant A. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves, so let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Alright, I'm going to go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug, got it? A cell phone, nope, no bugs in here. A cell phone? What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is. I'm sorry, I've never seen one before. Now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Korean village. And Pearl has never lived outside of that village, so... well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one. Lamp, check. Listening device, nope. There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick? Yeah, and they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful? Yeah, I'll be more conscientious from now on, sorry. You know, it would be great if we could turn the lamps off. The radio is on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner. Professor, why is the Earth round? Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick? Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearl? Oh, what a lovely bear. This must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots. It's a robot! It's a real robot? Yeah, it's a real one. Mr. Nick, yes? How many horsepower is it? How many horsies? Horsies? Well, look, it's a bear, so, no! I wanted the bear, the phone. There we go. Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say. But let's take the receiver apart first before we get ahead of ourselves here. Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick? Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing up part to Gumshoe. So, is there a listening device in here? No. And I really thought it had to be in the phone, too. Lamp, just to be sure. Because lamps are also very common places to put bugs. Painting. Well, the listening device isn't in the air conditioner. Ah, yuck, this air filter is covered in dust and dirt. Yeah. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's wash it. I wonder if being a neat freak makes the tiniest dust bunny look colossal. What? Oh, nothing. I don't really think the listening device is in the TV of all places. Looks like the TV was left on and it's now showing an old samurai movie. Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies as well as domestic ones. You know, every time I watch one of these old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English. Yeah. When I grow up, I want to study Japanese. Should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy her dream. I mean, she could learn Japanese if she really wanted to. Okay, so I guess let's go back over here. Well, it certainly looks like an alarm clock. What's wrong? Why do you look troubled? I just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. It's just, sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago. Oh, well, anyway, it looks like the listening device isn't in here. What's that? Wow, there's a really delicious loaf of bread in here. Looks like it's been on keep warm all this time since the murder. Well, Mr. Scruffy Detective always says gotta keep the trail and crime scene warm. I think the keep warm in this case is a little more metaphorical. No. It pinged on something. It's a plain old calculator. It says 50 on it. Maybe he was calculating his allowance? A whole 50 cents? Maybe if he was a spirit medium? Lord! Oh, no. It's the TV's remote control, but it doesn't look like the listening device is in here. So I was thinking, I wonder if a TV remote works on other things, like Can I make you change your expressions like TV channels? Zap. Hey. But if I could, ooh, the people I would give the old mute button to. Well, I don't think it's going to work on me. Why don't we try it on Maya tomorrow, okay? Okay. What's this? It's a small video camera and a listening device in this gizmo. Everyone's trying to make everything smaller and smaller lately, aren't they, Mr. Nick? That's what it seems like. But I want to grow bigger and bigger. Well, eating only vegetables isn't going to help you there. You have to eat meat too. I'm assuming it's probably in one of the bears. So what's under that one bear, actually, now that I think about it? There's no listening device in the computer notebook. Do you know what a notebook is? Yes, it's a small book with paper that you can write on, so? Well, that thing is like a notebook in a way. It's basically a small laptop. Mr. Nick, what's a laptop? Interesting. Hello. This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen. Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean, we have to have, because you're here. No, not yet, but this bear's eye is... Let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we've got. No, you can't! Such a violent act. Oof. Rip. No! Oh, that's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. What a emitter? A transmitter, pal. Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff? Ooh. Gumshoe coming in for the clutch. Man, if you weren't so bad at, like, the rest of your job, you'd be so good at this. You would make a perfect detective, my guy. So this tiny thing is a camera? Yep, it's a pinhole CCT camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. It runs on battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside it is somewhere else. Somewhere else? The footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to that recorder. So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know, you're right. Spy camera added to the court record. Set to record the victim's room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour was running at time of murder. Wait, and it's recorded us being in this room because it's 8 o'clock. Bye. So what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. You can set it for a certain time. Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m., that was the time the award ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I'd guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. Transmitter added to the court record. Ooh. So there was a camera in this bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Kurita this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh. Is there really no way to find out? Stuffed bear added to the court record. Yes. I got it. What? Hey pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you going to do? I'm going to go around to the electronic shops and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. It's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Spy camera and transmitter given to Detective Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah. He's gone. Yep. But Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? Hi, Edgeworth. You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? Our rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see, thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside the stuffed animal, huh? You are one lucky man, right? Do you know the stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into the country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can you really do that, Mr. Nick? Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Stuffed bear snatched up by Edgeworth. See you soon, Wright. Wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, Wright, until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corrida? The real killer. Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, Wright. Everything begins with the truth. Juan Corrida's real killer. Ms. Andrews passed. The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. Elmgard. And this card, Shelley the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. To be continued. So that must mean that we have everything that we could possibly find. Which is terrifying, but also unsurprising. No. Save progress. Absolutely. Boy, this is going to be dangerous. Oh, we're back at the hotel. Okay. It's past 9 o'clock p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearl. They'll find her, so don't worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. So the real person who killed Mr. Corrida was that assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right? And the card Ms. Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client? You mean, who asked for the murder? That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood, but whoever this client is, they're still a killer. Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews? I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be. Mattengard himself? If Mattengard really did hire the assassin, then he is not innocent at all. Far from it, he would be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. Ungard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him... Mr. Ungard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill... Yeah, see, he's not guilty in that... he has a clear conscience because he is not the one who... Well, he's not hiding anything because he's not the one who actually physically killed... you know, Kurita, right? He was not the one who killed the victim. He was the one who paid the money for the victim to be killed, if that makes sense. So, I'm not surprised in the slightest. Oh. Actually, that reminds me. Did you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. So what is this interesting thing? Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Mr. Ungard's secret? What is this secret? I don't know yet, but for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Kurita was going to reveal the secret. That means... Mr. Ungard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Kurita silenced. Which means we have to meet with Ungard. There's no way around it now. But, like, good luck actually doing that, though, because... it's after visiting hours. There's no getting in with him. Oh, wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it's past 9 o'clock already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of the secret Mr. Kurita held about Mr. Ungard. And Miss Andrews' real intentions. These are two things I must know tonight. What are visiting hours over at the detention center? I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearl. Don't you worry. Okay, so that is still closed. Hey, wait. What is it, Whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like, just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made. I don't know, and frankly, I don't care, but the request came from Edgeworth, and he said, if you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer. So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Oh, gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. This is absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents. Very interesting. I'm sure it was, you know, it was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan. Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews. But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Kurita. I'll let you in on another secret, youngin'. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious puffy-haired photographer girl, the nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too. Well, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change. I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet it's nothing good. Slams into chat, what's up? Hi, Jez! Alright, so, we got kind of an acquittal, but it wasn't solid enough for us to actually win the trial. So we went into a second investigation phase, at which point we found a spy camera in the giant life-sized stuffed bear in the victim's hotel room. So Gumshoe went off to go investigate who bought the camera, and Edgeworth is off investigating who bought the bear. Which is wild. Thank you, Edgeworth. And Edgeworth apparently is having Old Bag here scan the hotel for more... I thought Gunshot was fired? He was! Gumshoe was fired from the police force. But he's now technically working for us as an investigator. Which, honestly, like, he knows a lot about, like, yeah, no, he knows a surprising amount about surveillance. And, like, bugs and listening devices. And it's like, honestly, like, this man, if he wasn't such a bumbling idiot sometimes, he'd make a great detective. But honestly, I think his problem... So this is still the Nickel Samurai, yeah. Yeah, this is basically us trying to get ready for the second trial phase. The kidnapper is very graciously allowing us to try again, basically. So fingers crossed. But I shouldn't say anything. So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two. Oh? I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know, that manager woman Juan had. It was a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Ms. Celeste Impax, Ms. Andrews' mentor, right? Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know. Married? You mean to a Mr. Kurita? Really, you young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the... What? Why would Miss Impax want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What? But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did he do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. Let's see. That night, after Juan called off the wedding, that manager, Celeste, killed herself. How terrible. I wonder what happened between those two. Yeah, no, that is a good question. I don't have anything. Okay, so she doesn't know anything about that. And she doesn't have anything else to talk about, so that's fine. We'll just ditch. To the lobby. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. It looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. Alright, and this all should be the same, right? Yeah, this is all the same still. Yeah, that hasn't changed, that hasn't changed. The cameras have not changed. Up here has not changed. Everything else should, yeah, this is all the same. Although if the cops have left, in theory, can I go to... Can I? Oh, no. I was hoping to get, on guard's room. Alas. Let's try... Criminal affair. It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. On Guard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the On Guard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now? Who is this witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick? Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh, yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go. What? I've already called them so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. This is such good news, Mr. Nick. Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. The ship continues, genuinely. I want to see what I can catch here really quick. Looks like no one is around. What happened to that person with the stuffed teddy face? Oh, she must mean that butler with the stitches on his face. Shoo! The cats! Oh, there you are. I guess you're still awake, huh, Shoo? I love Shoo to pieces. Like, look at that face! I love Shoo. You know what? I'm gonna... Come on, let's play. I just hate getting a screenshot of Shoo. I wonder if that butler, Mr. Doe, is already asleep or not. It's still locked? Okay, okay. Okay. That's mostly just what I wanted to see. Because otherwise I was just going to go straight to the detention center and have a nice long talk with our client. I'm sure they must have transferred Ms. Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Ongard and Ms. Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? I want to talk to both of them, but I want to talk to Ongard first. Because he has some splaining to do. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Corrida was killed by an assassin and that the assassin's client is this man, Ongard. What's wrong? Mr. Ongard, there is something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah. I heard a little more about it from Ms. Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Could you please fill me in on what the secret is, please? There we go. Alright, how many is it? How many? Oh god, why? I knew this was coming. Mr. Nick, don't tell me. Cyclops. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? I hate everything. Did you know about Mr. Corrida and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's only for the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corrida. Her mentor was Mr. Corrida's manager. So a Cyclock was a mechanic introduced pretty early. So the case where Maya was accused of murdering that doctor is where they started appearing. But basically a Cyclock is something that... So Cyclocks appear... Damn it, Maya, I know, right? So basically Cyclocks appear when the person you're talking to is hiding something from you. And each of those locks need to be destroyed, or otherwise unlocked, in order for you to get them to, you know, eventually kind of give up and tell you what they're hiding. Basically, we can use Maya's Megatama to see those locks, and we can use it to then kind of slowly work our way through the locks present on a person's heart or their soul, whatever, you know, they're supposed to be on. And then once the final lock is done, they then just confess to whatever they were hiding. It's a really nice little switch up in the mechanics for like talking to people, because it gives them more excuses to lie, and it gives us more ways to maneuver through those lies. But basically, for, you know, less hidden lies, you're gonna have fewer locks. The more deeply hidden it is, the more locked up it is, you know, the more there are. So to have 5 locks on something, it is deep in there, and we're gonna have to work very hard to actually get them, to get our client here to actually reveal what that secret is. Because it is something he very much does not want us to know. And Miss Andrews was going to get a Celeste impacts a suicide note from him. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Oh, who's the... Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? And is it a kind of pea like green peas? Let's go eat one later, okay? Ugh, I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else, okay? Oh, he's just... Are you connected to Mrs. Impact's suicide in some way? Oh, this man's... I'm kind of scared to show him this card. What's wrong, dude? Oh, so about this picture card. Have you ever seen this before? Nope, never saw it before in my life, dude. I don't think he's lying, or is he? Then again, he looked like he gasped just now. Maybe I'm seeing things? Okay, so... I do wonder... I'm going to leave. Doesn't look like Scruffy Detective's here. Well, he's out there with that camera asking around at all the electronic stores. Then I'll make some salad for him for dinner. Looks like Pearl really appreciates what Gumshoe was doing for us. Mr. Nick? Yes? Where's the lettuce? I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before. Aw, I guess I have to give up on making a salad then. Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. I want to see if I can force the detention center to also give us... Yeah, okay. I want to talk to her. Because I think she can help us get through his locks. Sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Kurita had on Mr. Ungard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Ungard if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Ungard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case, nothing. About Ms. Celeste Impacts. I had finally put her death behind me, and now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide, and it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. I wanted to burn it, but why? I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. Suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Ungard? That's simple, because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their jobs, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews. Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason, so please tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? Did you say something just now? Oh, she has locks too. Oh, she only has one. Okay. Okay, that's... Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But... I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. Plus, it's like... It's only one. Easy to get through. So long as we have the right information, we should be able to get through it this way. Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ungard for the murder? I've already told you countless times, it's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Ungard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you were saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. feeling we've met before. Celeste, there is only one catalyst that would cause such strong feelings and even revenge, and that is Miss Impax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all of this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. On Guard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? Kurita's manager and fiance, Andrew's mentor. I feel like we know. I feel like we know what that is. I just can't remember what it is. No, it's like... No, so... Who was... No, so let's see. So Celeste was Andrews' mentor before she became Kurita's manager. So who was she... So who was she managing before that? Was she ever managing our client? Has Adrian always been On Guard's manager? No, cause she got moved to Kurita. So you know what? I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. Come on. Come on. Up, up, up. No, weren't they? I could have swore. No, I could have swore. Can you explain this relation between Celeste and Matt? Weren't they? Wasn't she? Yeah, no, she was his manager at one point. But like, how do we prove that? Because it was, because this is, because the, let's see. Let's try it. No, that's not it. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Because it's just going to boot us out. Excuse me. So... Oh, do I have to get through all 5 of his to get through her 1? Why frame him? That! Oh, that would be sick if I have to get through all 5 of his to get through her 1. Oh, that's dirty. But no. Let's see. Unless we're missing something somewhere. So here, let's see. I want to see what his locks look like, actually. Before we go hunting for information, I want to see what his locks look like. Alright. Because if his are, because he's got 5, but if we have all of the information we need to get through them, we might as well try it. Because, oh no, it just boots us out if we fail. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night. Oh, that's... Oh, okay. So that's interesting. So let's go and see what else we can find. Oh, hello, what's this? Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers? What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. Oh, is he the witness? What? And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers. I was talking with a detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home, when all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Oh. They said my face and whole self in general looked suspicious or something. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet, but it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said. Who do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about? I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's all right. Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? Hey! This is going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going. But what is he really like? Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say, it's just a game to justify himself. What? How horrible. That's unforgivable. Ow. Sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him. His manager, you know. Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right? A dazzling sort of image, but aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Impax? We heard something about how her wedding was canceled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Kurita. Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends, and she said, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. A truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Kurita by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. I see. Well, that's some good info, thank you. You're welcome. Mr. On Guard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There are still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. That's our phone. Mr. Nick, your phone! Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds like kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Help. We're in trouble now, pal. I'll be back at the office really soon. What's wrong? Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's Okay. Hello? He got cut off. What's going on, Mr. Nick? Gumshoe said we need to get back to the office right away. Then we should hurry back. I'm scared to go back. What are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Pull yourself together. Maybe it'll be good news. Somehow, I doubt that. What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and had to go. Well, what happened? We got him! We know who bought that spy camera. Eh? This quickly? And this bear is what gave them away, pal. The bear? I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that figured— Shh, Pearl. And go on. There's only one person who bought one of these bears who's related to this crime. Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room? Matt Ungard. Huh? Matt Ungard, your client, that's who, pal. And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was— I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear. A receipt? That's all you have? Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me I'm sure I sold that bear to Mr. Ungard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Ungard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Ungard himself. My sight is failing me. This can't be. Credit card receipt added to the court record. I hate everything. So what about the spy camera we found? That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give these back to you for you to file away into evidence. Yes! Spy camera, transmitter, and stuffed bear refiled into the court record. Yes. I know you don't want to give up, pal. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Wonkarita's room was Matt Ungard. Why would Mr. Ungard do something like this? To make sure the assassination was successful, I'm assuming. I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Kurita in one of their rendezvous, or that. I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you going to see him, Mr. Ungard, I mean? Yes. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next. I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearl. Matt Ungard, what in the world have you done? Alright. You're working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. Interesting that it won't let me talk to Adrian. It's going to make me talk to him. Alright. Let's hear that secret of yours. Look. Spy camera. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Kurita's room the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was this camera you were talking about hidden? The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. I guess one had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. Excuse me. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Kurita was... Mr. Ungard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Aw, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Ungard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. here. One credit card receipt, Mr. OnGuard. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from that is I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, this could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush? It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles. Ew, elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, that's also, I'm pretty sure, an illegal toothbrush. Because it's made of ivory. The store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. Okay. So can I ask you one thing? Yes? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you going to do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kurita's room and filmed it in secret is... How do I want to go about this? Because I could claim this article, the rendezvous between his manager and the victim. Let's try it. Yeah, there we go. Adrian Andrews? There is a rumor going around that Ms. Andrews and Mr. Kurita were having secret meetings. You, who was keeping tabs on Mr. Kurita, you were going to reveal this fact and turn it into a scandal. Isn't that right? Dude, you could be such a moron. Huh? Oh man, Mr. Lawyer, dude, that kind of scandal? That's the good stuff. That's what we in the industry call juicy. The good stuff's juicy? Look, we can get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stopped paying attention to us, then it would be the end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? How much your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Kurita because of Ms. Andrews. Then there's only one reason I can think of for you to do such a thing. The real reason you set up that camera in Mr. Kurita's room was... So if it wasn't... So if it wasn't the gossip... So if it wasn't the scandal, then it was the murder, wasn't it? No, that wasn't it. I was saying really absurd things, right? Yeah, comedy channel for free. Alright. I wonder. Is he the only one to talk to? Okay, no, I can talk to her too. Alright, so let's try talking to her, because I don't know if I have quite enough to get through him. We got through pretty far, but I want to see what I can do with her really quick. Come on. Why frame him? Come on! Come on! Revenge. Ba 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 ba. Okay. Celeste. Come on. Okay, no. Oh, we still can't answer that. Okay, so I have to break through him from the sounds of it. So let's see. That's Juan's former manager, right? Celeste, in fact, she was with Global Studios for a while way back when, but some things happened and she ended up moving over to Worldwide Studios. Some things as in... Well, there's no one left around who knows the details, you know? Only rumors are left now. Okay, but what happened? No! Actually. Matt's younger than me, but you can practically see his star potential. His star potential. I got his autograph the other day. Feels kind of wrong now, doesn't it? I don't care what people say. Matt didn't kill Juan. I know he didn't. Yeah, he doesn't know anything about any of that. Just to be sure. Hey, that's Miss Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit, just a little. So Mr. Powers likes this stuff. What do you know about Miss Andrews? Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? If you're interested, I can give you a little bit of the details. He's so happy. He looks just like he looks like a lion that's just found his next meal. Lord. Okay. So he can't actually give us any new info. Let's try... I want to see what she has to say about any of these. Come on. Shush. Yeah, I just want to make sure I haven't missed anything. Come on. Okay, so she doesn't have anything to say about any of those. Okay, so she doesn't have anything to say about the bear. Okay. Basically just trying her on new stuff, just to be sure. Alright, climbing up. I don't especially care what you have to say about any of this because it's not helpful. Alright, so she doesn't have anything to say about any of this, that's fine. Nothing new there. Nope, nothing. There we go. Hallway. A lot of bears. Pop. Interesting. Oh yeah, there's Mo again. Hi Mo. Yeah, nothing has changed here. For example, if you want to spy on someone, there are devices like this you can use. Well, it's not really a device for the purpose of spying. The way any device is used is decided by the people who use them. Poor Teddy, I feel bad for it. It was an all for the criminals mean plan. Despair, it's an expensive luxury brand from overseas, but it's okay, Pearls. Now it's helping us by giving us a clue. It's telling us who the real culprit is so we can get some justice. Okay, so... Alright. Alright, yeah. So she doesn't... Yeah, I don't know why I was asking her anything. I guess just to be thorough. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to go back to the hall. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Come on. Fly with the hall. Let's go to the lobby. Let's go to... Just to make sure. Wait. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm just making sure that nothing has changed here. Giant cooking hearth. The motorcycle. Masks. Okay. I don't know if that has changed. There we go. That's not changed. This is not changed at all. Interesting, she was not here. She was probably off somewhere, being adorable. Let's go to the law offices. You mean setting up the spy camera in the victim's room? Yeah, and it was recording at the time of the murder too, pal. Did you find that just a tad suspicious? It doesn't sound like a coincidence to me. Ah, I mean, don't mind me. I didn't mean it that way, pal. In what way did you mean it? Oh, is he thinking? Pa 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 pa. Okay. He's got nothing to say about that. Oh yeah, do you know anything about this card? Edgeworth, for some reason, went pale the instant he saw this card. Hey, I know what this is. No matter what you say, no matter what way you look at it, I'd say it's a picture of a shell. That's it? Oh yeah, that's right. Mr. Edgeworth really likes those cooked snail things. What are they called again? Escargot or something like that? Mr. Nick, I think we just solved the mystery of why Mr. Edgeworth's face turned pale, right? As I suspected, Gumshoe has no clue. Could you please take a look at this? Oh, okay, so he doesn't know anything about him. She was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor because of the suicide on the mentor she depended on. Ba, 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 ba. Who is Miss Andrews relying on now? What she's doing right now, she's still being questioned, etc. and so forth. With the kidnapper's voice, he sounded like an old man to me. Okay, so nothing new has changed there. Okay, cool. Actually, just double checking. Nope. Okay, cool. So, alright. Let's talk. Now then, who do we want to talk to? Honestly, we got the furthest with Matt. Let's just see what he has to say. If I don't get my 12 hours of beauty sleep, my skin's gonna wrinkle up like a prune, dude. He's like just shriveling up. Alright. About this card, have you ever seen this before? Nope, never saw it before in my life, dude. I don't think he's lying, or is he? Then again, he looked like he gasped just now. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Alright. So he knows about the card. Probably. You know what? I wonder if we could try presenting it at the end. Actually, you know what? Yeah. So let's try before 8 lands in like 4 minutes. Let's see if we can make any more progress on his locks. Because I have a feeling we have to get through his locks to get through hers, which is so unfortunate because he's got 5. She's only got 1. But his secret is presumably between him and Celeste. The camera. The bear. You. Come on. Come on. The receipt. The elephant toothbrush. Yep, there we go. That's 2. Come on. And then... Okay, so that's... Okay, so that's not a wrong answer. The real reason you set up the camera in Mr. Kurita's room was... Could try this. Okay, it is the card. Okay, I was right. What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. So why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Matt Ungard, I know why you know Mr. DeKiller. It's because you're his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how would you know something like that? It's because you're his clients, that's why. You hired Shelly DeKiller to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt Ungard. And here I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. Ungard, you really did hire... Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for... Okay. Oh. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Ungard. Oh, he's a weirdo. Oh, I hate everything about this. Oh, he's a weirdo. Ooh, nope. Don't like this. Don't like this. Oh, no. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You really... So, you are Shelly DeKiller's client? You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself, trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? You're lying. What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. Oh, why? Why did you hide the video camera? And a weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret. I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed above their heads. A superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why... Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Oh, that's... Stupid man playing stupid... No, I think this is just the real him. Like, he has, like, a persona for out in public, and then this is just the actual him. But no, this is just a stupid man playing stupid games and probably going to win stupid prizes. That's right, that video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl. My god, sir. I hate every ounce of him. Why? Why would you kill Mr. Corrida? Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Corrida had been able to give it, then Mr. Ungard's secret would have... Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Corrida ended up dead. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face, and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it, the assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone, all working their butts off for me, Matt Ungard. Aw, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Corrida, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Corrida. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Aw, but too bad, you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do. Mystic Maya, you wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. Ew, scoundrel. So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you've finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. And then we'll have to go back for Adrian. Alright, so honestly, it's after 8, so we're going to let him start talking. Come on, sir. And this is where I think we will cut it off for the night. Actually. Because I need food. But yes, so that has been absolutely bonkers. Well, I hope I had a good time. I hope y'all had an excellent time as well. We are going to be picking up next week with that absolute bombshell that has just been dropped on us. But yeah, so let me see what next week's weather is going to be like, because I heard it's going to be nasty, but ew, yeah, that is ooh, yeah, that's not great. Yeah, so next week we're going to aim to stream all week next week, because there's basically, it's going to be around 80 to 90 all week. So we're going to try, because it actually behaved surprisingly well today, and it's been hovering around 80 today. So while we probably aren't streaming tomorrow, next week, I'm going to try for all 3, just because there's literally no avoiding the weather without taking the entire week off, and it's just going to get worse, you know, as we creep into, you know, the rest of the summer. So obviously we're going to just have to deal with that eventually. But yeah, so we're going to try streaming all week next week. If the weather cancels it, it is what it is. But yeah, I'm aiming for Monday being the next stream, and then kind of going through there. But yeah, so I hope y'all had a good time. I know I did. But yeah, so I will see y'all when I see y'all again. Take care, everyone.